Hello, my friend. Welcome to your sleep story. My name is Stephen Dalton. I'm an Irish storyteller, and it's my great privilege to be the voice that you listen to as you go to sleep tonight. Tonight I present to you some of my favorite stories that I've written, my Wanderings of an Irishman series. If you haven't heard them before, they are stories from my own experiences in life, whether it be going across India on a train or spending a cozy time in a cottage on an Irish island. They're all included here, and I really hope you like them. Also, just one small thing. I'd like to thank those of you who have become patrons of my work on patreon.com. By becoming a patron, you gain exclusive early access to my stories and also to stories with no sound or music. And if you'd like to become a patron, the link is below this video. Thank you. Okay, let's do the relaxation session now, which will take a few minutes before tonight's sleep story. I'm going to count down from 10 to 1. And as I do, allow yourself to let go more and more. 10. Feel the support beneath you, whether it be the bed or the floor or simply the earth. Feel the constantness of the earth supporting you. It's always there. And see if you can let go a little bit more now. Just relax, soften a little bit more. Allow the fact of that support to enable you to let go. 9. You are safe. Know that my voice will only take you to safe places. Allow my voice to be an anchor of safety tonight. A voice that will only bring coziness and warmth and kind, inviting places for you to visit as you move closer to sleep. 8. Feel into your body now. Notice anything, whether you're still holding, whether there's any tension or pain. And wherever you might still be holding, see if you can let go a little more now. Maybe you're holding in your feet, maybe in your hands, maybe in your face, maybe in your belly. Your body has worked hard for you today. Allow it to rest now. 7. The day is done. Whatever has been, has been. Whatever will be, will be. Any thoughts or any dwelling on what has gone today doesn't serve you now. Don't blame yourself for having the thoughts. It's part of being human. And whatever thoughts you may have about what is to come, they don't serve you either right now. So just see the thoughts and allow them to float away like leaves on a river or clouds in a starry sky. Six, you deserve rest. You deserve sleep. We all do. So allow that fact to let you sink a little deeper and know that you are deserving of this moment. 5. See if you can feel the peace that lives within you now. There is always peace within you. It is a part of you, as much a part of you as your heart and soul and mind. Peace is there to be found. It sits quietly, unassumingly, humbly, waiting for you to feel it. So feel that peace within you now. 4. You have nowhere to be, nowhere to go. This is your time. Enjoy that fact. Enjoy the coziness of this moment. You don't have to see anyone. You can just sink into this moment that is all yours. 3. Begin to engage with your imagination now. 2. Tune into your body one more time. And if you're holding anywhere still, just ease that tension. Release. 1. Completely letting go now, as I tell you tonight's sleep story. Allow me to take you to another chapter of my life, to a place that I hold dear, to a mountain called Slieve Donard. Slieve Donard is a beautiful mountain. It is in a mountain range called the Mourne Mountains, and it sits towering above a little town called Newcastle. I suppose the most beautiful thing about Slieve Donard is that it sweeps down to the sea, as a man called Percy French once wrote. And it really does. It's almost like the mountain starts at the sea and rises high above the town. I was fortunate enough as a boy, and subsequently as a young man, to have a holiday home in Newcastle, right on the beach. And for the first few years of visiting that place, I used to swim in the sea every summer and play on the beach. And I would look to that mountain, that mystical, massive mountain, and my mind would dance with imagination. I would imagine the day it was formed, what the earth looked like then. I would imagine people of history climbing that mountain. Viking warriors, ancient Celts, and all manner of people. And what I used to love about those thoughts was that even though those people lived hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, the mountain they saw wouldn't have looked much different to the mountain I looked upon. That's the thing with nature, you see. It kind of binds all of humanity's history together. We've all seen a tree, whether you're an ancient Roman, an ancient Greek, or a modern-day person. So I would look at this mountain and I would think about climbing it. Was it even possible? Of course, it was. And one day, when I was in my middle teenage years, I climbed it with my father. That was a memorable day. It was my first time to climb the mountain, but not the last. Once my father had opened the gateway of the mountain, so to speak, for me, I wanted to climb it alone. And so, the following summer, I woke up early one morning. I prepared a little lunch, or maybe my mother did. I had all my supplies, and I left our little house, walked onto the beach. The Irish Sea, calm and tranquil. The walk would be long along the beach, so I took off my hiking boots and let my feet experience the sand. As I walk along the beach, I look up to the mountain. I will stand on top of you today, I say to myself. I enjoy every step that I take. I didn't know it then, but I suppose I was trying to be mindful of the situation, savoring the smells of the sea air, feeling the soft summer breeze on my face, enjoying the sound of the lapping waves, gently caressing the shore. Eventually, after 2, maybe 3 miles, I would reach the little town and find the gateway to the park that led to the bottom of the mountain. At the start of the hike, at the bottom of the mountain, there was a beautiful forest. There is a beautiful forest with a river running through it. I love this place. It starts off easy. The walk follows the movement of the river. And as I climb higher and higher through the forest, the river looks more and more inviting as I start to heat up. I pass a perfect rock pool. It's clear water, so inviting that I can't help but take a swim. I didn't know it, but that rock pool would become a lifelong friend. Every time I climb the mountain now, I find this rock pool. And every time I stop and jump in to its refreshing waters, there is something so exhilarating and so healing about being immersed in mountain water. You breathe deeper. Your senses are alive. I continue my climb, eventually leaving the forest behind. And finally arriving in a beautiful valley. A valley that looks quite small from below. But when you stand in it, with Slieve Donard towering up to the left, it is nothing but majestic. The grass is soft beneath me. I smell, well, all manner of smells. Sheep, pine trees, sea air. I walk and walk, each step a little bit of a great victory. I try to resist from looking behind. I am above the forest now, and the view behind me is exceptional. But I want to wait. I'm good at that. Delaying gratification. Surrendering possible present pleasure for the opportunity of future higher pleasures. I keep going. I am now deep in the valley. I am alone here, but I feel so safe. I love this land. I see a rock in the distance. I tell myself that when I reach that rock, I will sit, I will drink water, and I will look at the view for the first time. Eventually, I reach the rock. I take some water from the river running by. The same river that runs down into the forest. I sit on the reassuring, sturdy rock and look out towards the sea. As I sit here and speak to you right now, I have my eyes closed, and I can see that view. And honestly, I have a tear in my eye, or maybe a few. That view is etched on my mind forever. It looks up the northern coast, and on a clear day, you can even see over to Scotland. But I must continue my climb. Here, it gets harder, because I must now start to go along the side of the mountain. I reach what they call the Mourne Wall, a wall that runs the length of the Mourne Mountains. the wall that will lead me up the side of Slieve Donard. I am hungry now. But I will wait. I climb and climb. I greet the odd passing fellow climber. And it is in those moments of shared understanding of the beauty of nature when you look into the eyes of another human, that all differences subside, and you recognize humanity, kindness in another. I keep thinking I will reach the top. But it feels like the mountain keeps going. Then I see it. The little pile of stones that sits atop Slieve Donard. And I know I've made it. There is no one else here today. At this moment, I am the only one on the top of the mountain. The sky is blue. The breeze gentle. And I sit on a little rock, looking down upon the vast blue sea beneath me. And I feel so peaceful here. All of my troubles, all of my worries are far away right now. I eat my lunch, sandwiches, and now that I think of it, they definitely were prepared by my mother. There is nothing quite like food made by a mother or a father. After nourishing myself, I decide to journal. I always feel that in nature I have perspective. I write about what is happening in my life, where I want to be, what I want to achieve. And then I decide upon something. I write 10 promises to myself. I then take that page with the 10 promises out of my journal. I fold it neatly. I place it in a piece of plastic, something from my lunch. I then decide to place that piece of paper wrapped in that piece of plastic into the wall at the top of the mountain. I draw a little map of how the stones look around it in my journal. And I vow to myself to come back 1 year from then to see if I keep any of those promises, to find the piece of paper. It is, in a way, a method of keeping myself accountable. You may wonder, did I ever find it? I did. Had I kept the promises? Honestly, not at the time I found it again. But now, I can say that I have. Quite a few years later. It's time to go down the mountain. I feel elated that I have conquered this mountain alone. I look forward to getting back. I descend slowly, taking my time, watching each step. I am looking forward to comfort, to warmth. I walk back through the forest, and it greets me like an old friend. Soon I find myself back on the beach. And as the sun begins to say goodbye to the day, I see my family. They are on the beach, enjoying the evening air, sitting by a little campfire. And I sit and join them looking up at the mountain that I just climbed, with a deep feeling of satisfaction within my heart and soul. It was the late afternoon when I arrived in the central station in Mumbai. It was hot. It was October, and I was very excited, filled with joy, in fact, to be traveling on an Indian train and heading for Goa. I had never been on an Indian train before, and to be honest, I don't remember if I knew what to expect. I had my Lonely Planet guide and my rough guide to India. I had probably read about what it would be like to travel on an Indian train, but really nothing could have prepared me for what I experienced in the most memorable journey of my life. I queued for what felt like a very long time. When I got to the top of the queue, I asked could I get a ticket for Goa. I'd only been in India for a couple of days by then, and the man behind the counter nodded his head in an unusual way. It kind of went from side to side. I'd learn later that that would often mean yes, but I couldn't be sure. Anyway, I got my ticket for the second-class sleeper carriage and went to find my train. I remember that the train was blue, and it was extremely long. I also remember that there were a lot of people in the station, and a lot of smiling faces. Everyone seemed kind of happy here. The heat was something new to me. A kind of tropical heat. I was only in my early 20s, and this was my first time so far away from home. I found my compartment. It was a bunk bed in a little square room, and the pervading feeling of finding that place has stayed with me all of this time. It is a feeling of coziness, safety, curiosity, and adventure. I picked my bed as I was the first one there. I went for the bottom bunk, if I recall. It could have been the top, but I can't be sure. I know that I chose the one going in the direction the train would travel. That was important for me. And, as I always do, I set up my little house, if you like, my little area, to be as comfortable and enjoyable as possible. I was traveling like most backpackers do, with one big bag on my back and one smaller rucksack on my front. The big bag I didn't need in this moment. The smaller bag had all of the goodies. So, what were my goodies? What kept me entertained and sustained on this 12-hour train journey? Well, in those days, as is the case today, I never traveled anywhere without my journal. I also had my 2 guidebooks, and of course, the book that I was reading at the time, a pretty famous book called The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger. Of course, I had some water, some samosas to eat, and lastly, my camera. This was a time before smartphones. Yes, it's not that long ago, but it was a time before we lost a simplicity that we didn't even know we were about to lose. In this time, people read books more. They probably communicated more face to face. Or maybe I'm just being nostalgic. I do remember, though, that when the people who would share my little carriage came along, that I talked to them a lot. They were, if I'm not mistaken, 2 Australian girls backpacking around India. It was time for the train to leave the station. And all I can say is that when I think of that moment, a great feeling of openness and serenity passes through me. It's like my soul smiles. The air from outside started to come in through the open window. The windows never close. In fact, I don't think there are windows in those second-class sleeper trains. Just bars. It was kind of like beautiful, soft air conditioning, and natural too. I remember looking out the window as I got my first glimpses of the Indian countryside. I remember fields and fields, and palm trees, lots and lots of palm trees. And I remember breathing in that moment. Big, deep breaths. Breathing in the expansive, beautiful energy around me. An energy that I never knew existed until I went there. In fact, I remember in India smelling smells that I'd never smelled, hearing sounds that I'd never heard. In some ways, it was like going to another planet. A beautiful, vibrant, colorful planet. As the soft breeze came through the window and I settled in to my little habitat, I remember journaling vividly. In fact, I still have that journal. I wrote about Mumbai and how it is unlike anywhere I have ever been. I wrote about my anticipation of what was to come. I wrote about what I was seeing around me. I wrote about a moment when I passed by a very poor area where people had very little. And the one thing that I remember was that everyone was smiling. Ladies were out washing their babies, and the men were talking to each other, doing different jobs. But that one image has stayed with me all of these years. An image of community, of people working together. The train continued to move through the beautiful Indian countryside, traveling down the west coast of this vast subcontinent. The trains in India are so important to the people. You know, they span over 67,000 kilometers, and they connect almost every corner of the country. India has over 1.3 billion people, and millions of people take the Indian trains every day. The trains provide employment, and they move tourists like me around the country. Another thing that I remember was that people are very curious in India, especially if you are obviously not from there. "Where are you from, sir?" they would ask me. "Ireland," I would tell them. "What is your job, sir?" "I'm an actor," I would tell them. "Are you a famous actor?" "No, I'm not," I would tell them. But that didn't matter. I might as well have been famous. I remember I had a pair of sunglasses with green rims, and everyone who saw them on me asked me if they could try them on. And so I let them, and took a photo of them wearing the sunglasses. I still have my photos from India. Thousands of photos, in fact, printed out on paper, and at least 30 of those photos are of people wearing my green sunglasses. remember that the train would stop in little stations along the way. People would smile and wave at the train, excited to see something different in their day. The evening wore on, and the sun began to set over the magical, mystical Indian landscape. And as it got darker outside, and the first stars began to appear, I felt cozier and cozier as I settled into my little bed. As I listened to the sounds around me, the rhythmic clickety-clack of the train on the tracks, the people talking to each other, the boys walking through the train, selling chai, 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 they would say. And I remember just feeling deeply curious and deeply alive. But I was tired. The day had been long, and the adventures great. And so I opened my beloved book and settled in for a read. How cozy it was to read this great book. Lying down in a cozy bed on a magnificent train, in a beautiful, enchanting country. Everything felt so so tranquil. Everything in that moment felt just right. For in that moment, I had very little, but the beautiful truth is that I didn't want for anything. I had all I needed. My eyes grew heavier and heavier. And soon I fell into a deep, rejuvenating sleep, safe in the knowledge that tomorrow I would be enjoying the calming tropical beaches of Goa. The year was 2018. It was summertime. I remember that summer well. In Ireland, we don't always get the best weather. But that summer was exceptionally beautiful. And my enjoyment was only heightened by the fact that in that time I met the woman who would become my wife. Her name is Rebecca. And as we had only met, and we were getting to know each other, I wanted to show her the best of Ireland, as she's not from the country originally. I decided to take her to one of my favorite parts of the island. In fact, it's an island off the main island, and it is called Inishmore. Ireland has a west coast, an east coast, a north coast, and a south coast. But people would be most familiar with the west coast, That's not to say the other coasts aren't beautiful. But when you see videos or photos of Ireland, and you see the ocean crashing against dramatic rocks, you are more than likely looking at the west coast. There are many islands all around Ireland, and there are three that are among the most well-known. They are a group of islands off the west coast called the Aran Islands. They are called Inishmore, Irishman, and Inisheer. Inishmore means big island. Irishman means middle island. But Inisheer means East Island. You can reach the islands by air and by sea, and on that summer's morning in 2018, we decided to go by sea. We boarded the ferry from Galway and ventured out into the Atlantic Ocean. I remember the morning clearly. It was misty, and we sat on top of the deck. The sea spray kissing our faces. The smells I remember too. The unmistakable smell of the ocean. I remember how I felt as well. I felt at peace. I felt happy to be sharing a beautiful moment with another human being. I felt free. I felt like life was going my way. I remember breathing in that moment. Big, deep ocean breaths. Savoring the opportunity to be completely present. remember a special moment when some dolphins appeared at the side of the ferry, smilingly swimming along with us. Welcome friends that only added to the joy of that moment. Then I remember the islands coming into sight after maybe an hour or so. I can't be completely sure. But I remember feeling excited about staying a few nights on this haven away from the modern world. The Aran Islands is a place that is steeped in tradition. One of the most amazing things is that the people on the islands still converse in Gaelic. Their daily lives are conducted in this beautiful, poetic, ancient language of the Irish. We eventually arrived in the port. I say port, but it's very tiny. The boat docked, and we disembarked the ferry along with others. Now, we needed to get to our cottage, the one we had booked for the time we would stay there. We had some bags with us, so hiring bicycles wasn't an option. However, we did speak with the men there in the bicycle place, told them where we were staying, and they told us that later in the day they would deliver us bicycles so we would have them at the cottage. People here are very friendly. This wasn't my first time on the island, but it was Rebecca's, and I took great joy in showing her this place. We found a man who had a horse and cart. We spoke with him. I think his name was Michael. He agreed that him and his horse would take us to our cottage. It would take about 45 minutes along the little narrow roads. We jumped up on the cart and what I really remember from that moment was the sun starting to shine. And the views and the connection with these two other humans, one being Rebecca, the other this nice, friendly old man. As we went along, we asked him about his life, about what it's like to live on an island inhabited by around 900 people. He seemed to love it. I think one of the things he liked best was the fact that he didn't have to live by the clock. Time didn't really exist for him. As we continued along the coast road, I looked down upon the Atlantic. And the mountains of Connemara on the mainland of Ireland in the distance. I breathed in this moment, realizing how lucky I was. Even the horse was friendly and seemed to welcome us there. all of the signs were telling me. That Rebecca and I were going in a good direction. Soon we arrived at our cottage, our new little home for the next few nights. I remember being overjoyed by it. It was very traditional, with a thatched roof, and an open fireplace, and turf, a very traditional fuel used for burning fires in Ireland. The little house had a beautiful garden, and the back of it ran down towards the ocean. From the kitchen window, you could see the mountains of Connemara and the turquoise blue of the shallow Atlantic waters surrounding the island. After a long morning of traveling, it was time to swim in the ocean. I remember running outside and down a little track and getting to the unusually white sand beach. With me, there is no hesitation. I love being in water, and so I ran into the ocean while Rebecca laughed at me and watched from the beach. There is something about being in natural, wild water. It is healing. It is nourishing. It is life-supporting. And when I am away from the ocean, I feel like I am missing a part of me. That night, we sat out under the stars. And I read from the great play by J.M. Singh, the playboy of the Western world. J.M. Singh stayed on the island for a time, and I think he loved it as much as I do. The stars on Inishmore shine brighter and clearer than most places on planet Earth, I think. They certainly seem to anyway. Lying there in the grass, outside our little cottage, looking up at the stars. You really feel alive in moments like that. You really feel like you live on a planet. The next few days on Inishmore were quite honestly some of the best days I have ever lived. We ate beautiful food. We talked and talked and talked some more. We wrote, we drew, we read, we journaled. We fell in love. We cycled everywhere. And there is a very famous place on the Aran Islands. It's called Dunangus. Now I had been there many times, and when we were there on the island, we thought we should go again, so Rebecca could see it. But when we got to the entrance, it was very busy. And so we kept on cycling along the quiet roads. You don't often see cars on these roads. In a way, as you cycle them, they kind of feel like your own private road. The sun was shining brightly that day as we cycled and cycled and took in the rocky landscape around us and the blue of the ocean beyond. Eventually, we went a little off-road. We climbed some walls, left our bikes behind, and soon we were sitting on our very own private cliff, looking out over the ocean. Without a single person near us. It gives me a lot of joy to go back to that time in my head, to share it, and to remember how wonderful it all was. It is in those simple, life-enriching moments that we realize what life's about. will come and go. But relationships, connections, gratitude, and joyful moments are some of the greatest ingredients for a well-lived life. I grew up moving around a lot. It was because of my father's work. Every year or two, sometimes 3, we would move. We moved around Ireland, but also around Europe. And it was, in many ways, a wonderful childhood. To learn about different places, to be quick at getting to know people. It gave me an openness, I think, and a love for humanity. But one thing I always felt I lacked was that sense of truly having a home. Yes, I had the home of my family, but it was never permanent. And so, I always craved that feeling of knowing some place is mine. A number of years ago, I met my wife, Rebecca, and after we got married, I realized that I wanted to own a place with her in her home country, Romania. Now, if you don't know Romania, it is in fact a very, very beautiful place. And there is a region called Transylvania, and that is where I live. It is mountainous, it is alpine, it is a wilderness. There are bears and wolves, lakes and rivers, mountains and hills. It gets snow in winter and is hot in summer, and the autumn is by far the most beautiful I have ever seen. And when I first visited Rebecca's hometown, a place called Bystrica, also known as the Gate of Transylvania, There was something about it that I loved. I've always loved old architecture. There is something wonderful about the craft of our ancestors. It seems to me, and I'm no expert, but people seemed to take more care in the past. Perhaps even more pride in their work. When you look at an old doorway, for instance, or an old piece of stonework, you can see the hours, the weeks, the months, and sometimes years of work that went in to these amazing artifacts. And so, with that in mind, with that deeply held love and shared love with Rebecca of the old world, we started looking for an apartment to buy. We saw some that were a little too far gone, too big a project. But then one day, we were in the main square and looked up and saw a sign saying Davanzare, which means for sale, and a phone number. We called it, and a lady came quite soon to show us the apartment. When we walked in, we both knew that this place was special. You had to walk through a very old door, then up a very old staircase, and then into this high-ceilinged old apartment that in parts felt like stepping back into another time. We walked through it and looked at each other. There was a silent complicity, an understanding that we wanted this place. Now, when I say that I am completely naive about construction or anything to do with it, really mean it. And so, quite naively, thought that it would take a few weeks to bring this place back to life. Anyway, days passed, and we made phone calls and managed to get some of the money to buy this place. We made an agreement with the lady, and within a year, the apartment would be ours. Days and weeks and months passed, and eventually, on one hot July day, we signed the papers and got the keys for our first home. I can't tell you how excited I was. I would just go there every day for weeks afterwards, even though we couldn't live there yet. It wasn't ready, nor would it be for a long time. But I would just go there, mostly on my own, and I would sit, and I would look around, and I would try to imagine the lives that came before me here. The lives of people long gone. The birthdays, the dinner parties, the silent moments of quiet contemplation. Who were these people? And will someone one day sit in this same room and wonder who I was? I would look out of the great big windows in the front of the apartment onto the central square and the beautiful old church that is many hundreds of years old, that sits proudly outside our window. What a view, I would think. Who built this place? They say the foundations are from the 1400s. There have been many passing tribes in Transylvania. The Germans, the Austrians, the Hungarians, all have left their fingerprint on this astounding place. Maybe my apartment was owned by a German person. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll find out. I also love to sit in the apartment and look at old photos of people. Look at their curiosity, of the strange contraption in front of them, the camera. Somehow, I feel safe in this space. I haven't owned it for long, but it's mine and Rebecca's. It's a home, a place of refuge. Whatever happens, I have this home. And so, after a few days, I set to work. Again, naively, I think that I am going to do all the work, and in a matter of weeks. Now, however beautiful the front of the apartment is, 2 grand rooms, huge rooms. The back of the apartment is a crime against architecture. Some irresponsible people in more recent history have made the back of the apartment look less than nice. I say irresponsible people because that's my immediate reaction. But then I must remember that we are all doing our best on this planet. And maybe these people who altered the old apartment didn't have much and were doing the best with what they had. Either way, it is our mission to bring this place back to life, to a state that would make the original inhabitants proud. We resolve to keep as much of the old as possible, to remove the more recent additions, and to find the elegance that once defined this place. I start by taking tiles off. Tiles in the kitchen, tiles in the bathroom, tiles on the floor. I work happily for the first day or two. In fact, I I enjoy it. I have an audiobook, a long audiobook, playing in my ears as I work and work and work some more. But it soon becomes clear to me that I am no match for this apartment. However much I would love to be the hands that bring this place back, I humble myself, and I recognize that there is a reason skilled people do skilled jobs. Like me, in my work, I have worked for many, many years to have the skill to use my voice in a very particular way. And a craftsman, a builder, call them what you want. They also work for many years to learn their craft. And believe me, after working with them on this apartment, I respect their craft deeply. And so, Rebecca and I arranged to meet with one of these craftspeople, a man called Yuan, or John if you prefer. He came and said he could do his part of the work in a number of months. So this man, who knew his stuff, would do the work in a number of months, and I thought it would take me a few weeks. The naivety is becoming clear. Anyway, time passes by. And it isn't long before the first steps are being taken. The old floor has to be taken up. It is a source of sadness for me, but it is unavoidable, they say. We must reinforce the floors. And so, a mammoth undertaking begins. The floor is up, and a whole new system is put in, including underfloor heating, which I have to say is very cozy, now that I have it. But that cozy underfloor heating was a distant vision as I watched bags and bags of dust being taken out of the apartment. We were seeing into the past. Underneath that floor, 200 years. We found old nails and old little bits of clay and such like. That was the first big undertaking. Then we continued the work, finding all sorts of little treasures throughout, including an old wooden wall behind a plasterboard wall. We would restore this wooden wall, get glass handmade to put into it, of all different colors and textures. It is now the centerpiece of our entranceway. Oh, I forgot to mention, there are 2 pillars of beauty in the apartment. 2 sobas. Now, if you don't know, a soba is a very tall and very old and very ornate, beautiful wood-burning stove. These stoves are made of clay tiles and stand like pillars, and in the bottom you burn your wood, and then they radiate heat for hours and hours. And so we had our sobas restored by our brother-in-law, Tavi, a gentle, kind human being. He took the sobas apart, tile by tile, and lovingly brought them back to life before carefully placing them back in place. They are, I think, the finest example of a connection to the past that our home still has. After many, many months and much, much work and many brilliant people involved and daily visits by myself and Rebecca through a cold and harsh Transylvanian winter, the spring arrived, and soon our beautiful old apartment would be habitable. We had beautiful tiles on the floor of the entranceway put in, tiles from Spain. In the bathroom, tiles from Italy, and beautiful wallpaper called Transylvania by night, put in the bathroom as well. Then we protected it with a varnish. We had wonderful oak parquet flooring installed, a nod to the floor that was once there. And soon we moved in. I can't tell you the great joy it is to wake up in this place every day, and indeed to go to sleep there. There is a deep contentment, a deep happiness, and it is something that can't be bought. I am proud of what we achieved. A dogged determination got us to a place where, in the space of a couple of years, we bought and restored a very beautiful old apartment. I am not a rich man financially. I am rich, though, in so many other ways. And the fact that I am not a wealthy man, I think, makes the apartment all the more sweet, because I had to work so hard to make it happen, as did my wife. And you might say that it was my voice, this natural, God-given gift that comes out of my body, that helped us build our home. It's July, and I'm inside. I'm safe in my home. I have the window open, and as you can hear, it's raining outside. There's also thunder, but it doesn't bother me. I love the sound of it. There it is, I feel very safe. At the moment, I am standing by the window. I look down upon the street below. People who were only a few moments ago enjoying a sunny lunchtime are now running to take shelter from the storm. My wife hands me a warm cup of tea, a herbal tea with some honey in it. Honey that comes from her father's beehives. I enjoy the coziness of this place. This place that they call Transylvania. You might have heard of it from a certain book. People sometimes don't believe it's true that I live here. They say it doesn't exist. But it does. It's a beautiful region in northern Romania. A lot of people don't know much about it. It has beautiful, high mountains, not unlike the Alps. It has some of the oldest forest in all of Europe. It has beautiful wildlife, bears, wolves, eagles, lynxes. It has kind and generous people. And it has a wealth of beautiful architecture. A lot of the architecture was built by the Germans when they lived here many years ago. The building I stand in today, as I look out upon the storm, is an old Saxon building, built by people more than 200 years ago. I love being in this building. It has very high ceilings and beautiful, ornate features. It always strikes me that people took more time over things back then. Things weren't made in a hurry. Things weren't necessarily made for profit. They were made for the sake of being made, to serve a function. Being an Irish person, I'm used to rain. But in Transylvania, the rain falls heavy. heavier than in Ireland, especially in the summer when it gets very warm. Then the storms come. It feels like this year there are many storms, but beautiful days along with them. I sit and watch the rain fall. I decide that now would be a good time to journal. I write that I feel somewhat cleansed when the rain comes. I feel a rejuvenation of spirit. I feel a peace in my heart. And I feel connected to the moment. I take some deep breaths in and out, in and out, in and out. I write about my connection to this place. I am connected by marriage, but am I connected by spirit? It's a question I'm still answering. I listen to the sounds of people outside. And how the mighty thunder drowns out their voices. I continue writing. I find there are similarities between my people and the Romanian people. We are friendly people, welcoming people, generous people. Although I think the Irish say sorry more. Something to do with our history, I suppose. I continue to write, feeling grateful for the moment that I am given. Grateful for my life. Grateful that I can live and work where I want to. I dwell on the word rest. Sometimes I don't allow myself enough of it. Sometimes I luxuriate in it. As I move through life, I am learning that rest is not a bad thing. It is an essential thing and should be embraced with every fiber of our beings. I finish writing and feel even cozier as I light a candle and a stick of incense. I choose a lavender smell for today. It is lavender time here in Romania. I sit back in my chair and watch the darkening clouds outside. The light from the candle offers me comfort. It is a ritual of mine. When I want to find peace, to light a candle. What is it about a flame? A little flame on top of a stick of wax that gives us such peace. It is a very natural thing. In a way, it is like bringing nature inside. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why I like plants so much as well. I decide that now is a good time to meditate. I close my eyes and I begin to notice my breath. Whenever I notice my breath, everything becomes more simple. I let go of all of my worries. I listen to the rain. I am happy it rains today. enjoy it. I feel present. After some time, I finish my meditation. And I open up a book. It is a book about Romanian history. This fascinating and complex place has such a rich and deep history. So many empires have fought over this place. The Dacians, the Romans, all have come here for its beauty and for its rich variety of food. As I read the book, I look at the faces of the people in the photographs. Very old photographs. Some well over 100 years old. I look at the details of their faces, the expressions they wear, and in a funny sort of way, I feel connected to these people. They are just like us, human beings going about their day. What were they thinking when this photograph was taken? With this strange looking contraption. Where were they going? Did they see the world in a similar way to me? Maybe not. Or maybe we had more in common than I might think. Who knows? I turn the page and see a photograph of people growing vegetables. That is one thing I love about Transylvania. People here are still very connected to the land. A lot of people grow their own vegetables, and like my wife's father, make their own honey. I recently tried my hand at beekeeping. I enjoyed the connection to nature and the peace I felt as I saw all of that beautiful honey being produced. There is a wildness to this place, but I also feel very safe in this place. I go back to the window. The thunder continues to rumble. The rain continues to fall. And the street is nearly empty. I start to feel sleepy. And so I lie down on my bed. The sound of the rain continues to comfort me. I love this moment. And as I lie here, feeling very sleepy, I think about the idea of being away from my home country. In some ways, it's very exciting. Very freeing. And in other ways, it feels a million miles from all I have ever known. Of course, the reality is that I can fly to Ireland in a matter of a few hours. My wife once told me about the Romanian sculptor Constantin Brancuș, who lived in the late 19th century and first half of the 20th century. And Brancuș walked from Romania to Paris. It is said that it took him 1 year. So, by that logic, I could walk from Romania to Ireland, but it would take me more than a year, because Ireland is further away than Paris, and I'd need a boat. Funny how things have become so fast, and our ancestors lived life at a slower pace. In this moment, I feel so relaxed. So peaceful and so ready to allow my eyes to shut and to be soothed into a gentle, peaceful slumber as I listen to the rhythmic rain outside my window here in Transylvania. Like any good road trip, you need a car to take you on it. So, I should probably first tell you about my car. The reason I am telling you about it is that, well, it has a bit of character, let's just say. It is a Saab 9.3 1999 cabriolet in a dark green color. I bought it from a man in France a few years ago, who I found on the internet the night before, and met him at a roadside paid him cash, and bought this car that has so far driven myself and my wife and Timmy across Europe about 5 times. I love the car. Rebecca, not so much. But it does do the job. And so, as some of you may know, I live in Transylvania, Romania. And for the last year, I've been working pretty hard, restoring a 200-year-old apartment. And so we needed a break. And one day, as we sat thinking about our plans, Rebecca said, "Why not Sicily?" And I said, "Great." We found a house and booked it for 1 month. And then the weeks passed by until the day of departure. The car was packed up the night before, the engine checked, and we felt safe and cozy as we got into the car under the darkness of night. And in fact, it was raining a little. Over the next 5 days, we would drive 2,479 kilometers from the heart of Transylvania to the bottom of Italy. And I'm going to tell you about that experience now. The first part of the drive on any road trip we do is all about settling in, starting to become one with the car, with each other, and with little Timmy in the back, who most of the time just sleeps when I drive. So as we drive through Transylvania, the road begins to open up. And actually, this part of the drive is one of the most beautiful parts. I don't know if you've ever been to Transylvania, but it's a very beautiful place. It has Europe's only virgin forest. It has bears, wolves, and all manner of astounding wildlife. It's a stunning place, and it's my second home. As you drive along the roads of Transylvania, one thing you notice is that there's an uncomfortable juxtaposition between the old world and the new. But when you drive through a beautifully preserved old village in Transylvania, you really feel like you have entered a place that time forgot. The other thing that we are always very sure about as we begin our road trips is what we are going to listen to. Now, sometimes we listen to podcasts together, or sometimes we like to listen to our own chosen audiobooks. For me, this is what makes a road trip very special. The ability to have the time to fully immerse yourself in one long audiobook. It's difficult, of course, to find one that you are sure will be your constant companion as you drive. But on this road trip, I was lucky to find the right one. I started listening to the autobiography of Patrick Stewart, the great Shakespearean actor, also known as Jean-Luc Picard, from the Star Trek The Next Generation series. So as I drove through the villages and rolling roads of Transylvania, I began to listen to the words of Patrick Stewart, narrated in his own voice. He began the book by speaking of his childhood. He grew up in Yorkshire, a place that I visited when I was a child, in the north of England. A place that I am very fond of, and that my mother always tells me we have ancestry from. And so as I drive, the old Saab warming into the drive, the calming voice of Patrick Stewart accompanies me and becomes my constant friend when I'm not speaking to Rebecca or Timmy on this long road trip. As night turns to dawn, we soon approach the border between Romania and Hungary. Here I hand the border guard our passports, mine, Rebecca's, and Timmy's. He has a French passport, because that's where we got him. All goes fine, and we drive into our next country, the country of Hungary. We are Budapest bound, and soon, after some pretty up and down roads, we arrive at our first motorway or highway. Now I can sit back, put the car into fifth gear, take the foot off the clutch, and relax a little as I drive at a steady speed along the big open road. Rebecca and I have done so many road trips together that there is a silent complicity between us. We instinctively know if we want to talk, if we want to tune out and be in our own worlds, or if we want to put in our headphones and listen to our own various podcasts or books. There's something beautiful about driving. There's something truly phenomenal about it. I often think of our ancestors when I drive along a big road. What would they make of these machines that could get us from one place to the next in such a short time? But I also think we miss something because of the speed we can go at. You know, it is said that in the early 20th century, the great Romanian artist Brancusi walked on foot all the way from Bucharest, Romania, to Paris, France. It's said to have taken him 1 year. Can you imagine all of the people he met along the way? All of the different lives and insights he would have gotten. So yeah, a part of me would love to do something like that. But I live in the modern world, and I have sleep stories to make. So I needed to get to Sicily and set up my studio and continue my work. So a car is a better option, I think. That evening, we arrived in the great city of Budapest, Hungary. It was our third time there. I don't know if you've been to Budapest, but there is something very special about that place. There's an energy, a very unique energy, in fact, a young energy. but it's so well preserved that you can stop in the street and look up at the old buildings around you. And you can imagine that you're in any point in history within the last 200 years or so. After checking into our Airbnb, we walked around the city, soaking up the atmosphere. And Timmy loves being in a new place. All of the new smells to smell. We love to talk about what it is to be a person who lives in a city like this, and also to learn about the history of the place. And after what seems like a very short stop and a good night's sleep, we are back on the road again. And it is once again raining. On this day, we have a very beautiful drive. As we drive through the entire country of Slovenia. Now, before I started doing road trips across Europe, I had no clue about Slovenia. But now that I've driven through it a number of times, I can tell you that from what I've seen, it is an exceptionally beautiful country. How do I know this? Well, if a country is beautiful, even as you drive along its highways and motorways, then you can be pretty sure that if you go away from the big roads, you're gonna find something pretty special. Now, I haven't done that yet, but I think on the way back, we might just have a night in Slovenia. It has a mountainous feel, with little villages and alpine trees, and lots of bridges on the roads. Tunnels, I should say, that you drive into and out of. And so, as the day passes and the rain continues to fall, on day 2 of our road trip, I continue to indulge myself in listening to the life of Patrick Stewart. As I listen, Patrick describes, at this point, his early acting career. And what strikes me in his story is that he needed support to get to where he is today. He needed others to recognize the value in him. This is something that I become aware of more and more as I get older. As an only child, I can often try to do everything on my own. But we need each other. We are a species that survives through community. We are, and always have been, social creatures. You know, sometimes I think I just want to be alone. But then I'll be encountered with a beautiful moment with another human being, and my face will light up. I'll get chills down my spine, and I'll feel like I'm glowing just because of a moment with another person. We need each other. And so, that evening, we arrived in Trieste, in northern Italy. It was a pleasant town, and we found a nice seafood restaurant, as it is next to the sea. But the best part was the next morning, day 3 of our road trip, and I found the most beautiful park to walk Timmy in before we got in the car. It was filled with beautiful trees And there was an old man from China, I think, and he was standing in a wooden gazebo doing Tai Chi to some very peaceful music. As a little stream ran past him, and by now the rain had stopped, and the morning sun was shining down upon this northern Italian town. I even found a statue of James Joyce in the park, my fellow Irishman, who I believe lived in Trieste for a time. This morning drive was very beautiful. As we drove along the northern coast of Italy and down into the middle of the boot, the long stiletto boot that Italy is when you look at her on the map. Rebecca and I continued our long talks, dwelling on life, existence, humanity, and also more trivial things at times, and laughing. We always laugh together. This is important. As the road continues to lead us closer and closer to Sicily, we become more and more settled in our rhythm. Stopping when we need to, letting Timmy get some air, and then continuing, eating good food along the way, nourishing our bodies, and drinking lots of coffee, but only in the morning. That evening, we arrive in our next Airbnb, a countryside house, and we are welcomed by a really friendly Italian couple who show us around and then leave us in peace. They have left us eggs from their chickens for breakfast the next morning. And this house is pretty special. It's like it's been frozen in 1983. The decor is retro, to say the least, but I love it. That night, there is a storm outside, and Timmy comes close to us on the bed. He doesn't like wind, but for us the storm is comforting. As the rain falls, we feel very cozy inside. The next morning, the storm has passed, and we make our eggs, which are delicious, and we continue on our way. We go further and further south. Day 4 of our road trip, and we are both really enjoying this time. There is something great about a road trip, in that you have the best excuse in the world to do nothing but be in the moment. And so I stay in the moment and completely indulge in driving the car, enjoying the scenery, enjoying the company of my wife and little dog, and listening to my audiobook. By now, Patrick Stewart is captain of the Starship Enterprise, describing an LA lifestyle that was once something I aspired to as a young actor. But one thing I have learned from listening to the experiences of the lives of others is that your surroundings, your physical life, can have some bearing on your overall contentment. But the real work the real peace comes from the work inside. Now I have said goodbye to any ideas of a Hollywood life. And because I've done the work on the inside, I am more than content with how things have gone. This night, we arrive in Napoli, or Naples, and as we drive into the city, Mount Vesuvius standing guard, we are both immediately taken by the energy of this place. This is truly authentic Italy, where washing lines cross the streets and people shout from window to window at each other. Churches are as common as restaurants, and we fall in love with this place. We walk around with Timmy, watching children drive mopeds with no helmets, living as if today is their only day. As most people seem to be doing here. It is an energy I don't think I've encountered before. And we feel blessed to experience it. We do, of course, eat pizza in a nice little restaurant, and Timmy sits under the table, quietly observing the passing feet. That's something I like about Italy, among many things, is that they let dogs into every place nearly. It makes traveling with a little dog a lot more pleasant. And so, our night in Napoli complete, it's time for day 5 and the final day of our road trip. We drive further south. The beautiful Mediterranean, glistening in the morning light of the sun. Here I feel so alive, so part of life. In deep communion with my wife. We are lucky, and I know that. By now, Patrick Stewart is in X-Men and is talking about how these types of roles and movies come about. I find it fascinating, and I continue to listen and observe the spectacular southern Italian scenery around me. Villages perched on the sides of mountains, as if built out of the very rock itself. Ancient towers, and soon we are in a big port. At the bottom of the boot, and we are driving onto a big boat that will take us across to Sicily. Immediately, I am greeted by the friendliness of these people. A man helps me, tells me what road to take when we leave the boat. And we get out of the Saab 93 as the boat leaves the port, and we go up on the deck. This boat trip will only take about 30 minutes. And as we go into the calm waters of the Mediterranean, the sun is slowly saying goodbye to the day. And the three of us sit on the deck. Me, Rebecca, and Timmy the dog. And we look out at our destination coming into view. It has been an epic, beautiful, transformational 5 days. And now we have reached Sicily. You know, when you get to the beach, it's like you step outside the world. It's like you step onto the edge of your existence. Everything feels behind you, like you've got away from it all. And so, maybe that's why I love the beach. I love the water too. give me a place to swim in the wild, and I will be there. River, lake, sea, ocean. I just love to be in nature, and I love how healing the water feels. Now, the fact that we have been spending this time in Sicily in the winter at the end of November means, as an Irish person, I automatically feel like I'm cheating in some way. Cheating that I'm getting this amazing weather at the end of November. Now, yesterday, I was supposed to have a work day, and I did a little in the morning. Then I went out for breakfast, out of my studio, to the kitchen. And I was going to go back into the studio, but the weather was so nice, and I listened to my instincts, which told me that you only live once, and what's a few hours? And Rebecca was happy to go to the beach, and I know Timmy loves the beach. And so I said, I can work later. And we got in the car and drove to the beach. It's such a nice feeling when you're going to the beach, especially when you're with people you love. People and animals, I should say. And so we arrived. We set up our blankets, and the first thing Rebecca did was begin to prepare a little picnic. And the first thing I did was get into my swimming shorts, get Timmy on his very long lead, and get into the Mediterranean, or the Ionian Sea. And I say the Ionian because a part of Sicily is on that sea. I only learned that since I came here. Either way, the water is blue and crystal clear. Timmy has a love-hate relationship with the sea. He likes it for a minute, but then gets a bit scared of the waves. And yesterday, when we went, there were a lot of waves. But he follows me everywhere. So, as I get into the sea, I keep a hold of his 10-meter long lead, and I just bob around in the shallow water while he watches me from the shore, trying to get me out of the sea. He even takes the lead in his mouth and tries to pull me out of the sea. He's not quite big enough for that, though. Anyway, I'm in the sea, and as an Irish person who grew up for a lot of his young life in Ireland, an island surrounded by the sea, the relationship that Irish people have with the sea is strong. A lot of us won't go a day without seeing the sea. And again, there's something that it does to you. It opens your mind up. It gives you a feeling of breath, a feeling of what I can only describe as a deep sigh. And as you might know, I live at the moment in quite an inland place, Transylvania in Romania. And getting to the sea is difficult. For 1 whole year, I hardly left Transylvania because I was working on a project restoring our very old property. And so I can't tell you how much I love being by the sea again. There is something so nourishing about the water, and I lie back and I float, and I feel safe. I look up at the sky, the blue sky above me, and I breathe deeply in and out. And because my ears are under the water, I can hear my breath in my head, and it gives me even more appreciation for my life, for my breath. And I love that I am here. I love that I am in this natural place. And I love the sensation of floating. But Timmy the dog is waiting on the shore, and so I get out of the sea and I play with him for some time. I throw a stick for him and he runs around. He's very possessive though. So once he gets the stick in his mouth, he won't drop it. Kind of defeats the purpose of the game, but He likes to have a tug of war. I love playing with this dog. I got this dog with Rebecca when he was 2 months old. We got him in France. And so we've had him since he was a tiny baby. I don't have any babies yet, so he's like our kid. Probably embarrassingly so, but what are you gonna do? We love him. I never thought a little animal could bring so much joy. I had an animal, another dog, growing up. His name was Robbie. I loved him too, deeply. He lived till he was 18. And being an only child, well, I guess he was kind of like a brother, even though he was an English toy terrier. Anyway, I loved Timmy. And after some time playing with him, I decide to allow myself to get grounded in this moment. And so I stand on the sand, my bare feet touching the sand, and I feel into all the corners of my feet, and I feel the support of the earth. As I always say in my sleep stories, I really do feel that support. And I flop over and breathe deeply into my belly and below. And I really immerse myself in the moment. I hear the sea. I feel the slight breeze on my skin. I feel the warmth of the sun's rays, this mild winter sun. I feel my breath, and slowly, very slowly, I move up through my spine. And eventually I stand tall again. And I feel an imaginary thread pulling me taller. And I just stand there. And I stand there, feeling okay with myself. You know, it took me a lot of years, a lot of work to be okay with me. So it's a nice moment to just stand in stillness in acceptance of who I am, of where I am. And I look around me, and I have all I need. I have love. I have enough food. I have a functioning body. I have an inner contentment quite a lot of the time. And I look at the sea, the light dancing on the waves. I look up at the mountain, Mount Etna, Europe's largest active volcano. Something I didn't know before I came to Sicily. But don't worry, it does erupt a bit, but nothing too serious. But it's majestic right now. As I look at it, there's a little bit of smoke coming from it, and it's covered in snow. I love that contrast, the ability to be only in shorts on a warm beach, swim in the Mediterranean Sea, and look at a snowy volcano. Even that is an amazing contrast. The meeting of ice and fire. I go and sit down on the blanket next to Rebecca. She is always so kind to me and makes me a sandwich. I sit and eat while Timmy enjoys some cheese. I enjoy this food very much, this simple pleasure. We are, by the way, the only people on the beach. I think most Sicilians would think us crazy to be on the beach in late November. But if it's warm enough, why not, is my opinion. And it's a rare privilege to enjoy a beach on your own, on the Mediterranean. It may as well be our own private beach. I lie back, comfortable in the complicit silence between the three of us. Timmy settles on the sand after digging a hole for no reason. Rebecca settles into her new book. She reads all the time these days, I'm quite impressed. And I continue to try and get into a very big book that Rebecca gave me. I think it's called A Little Life. I am still working slowly through the first chapter. I love reading. I read for a living. When I'm not making my sleep story, I read audiobooks and other such things. But if I take too long a break from reading, I find it hard to get back into the habit. But I know that the work is worth it, because when you do finally enter that cycle of wanting to know what happens next and entering that cozy world of just you and the book, there are few joys like that. And so I lie back on the blanket, cozy in the complicit silence, and begin to read this book properly. But I am struggling. There are 4 characters, and I keep forgetting which one is which. Is JB the actor? No, he's the artist. Is Malcolm the architect? Yes, that's right. Okay, I'm getting it now. I read maybe a paragraph or 2, and then I get distracted. I don't know what it is. Seagulls. I see birds flying over me. Then I decide to Google seagulls. I put the book down for a moment, and I want to know about these birds in Sicily. But instead, I find an article online about seagulls in Rome and how they do as they please. I think it's the same everywhere. It's the same in Dublin anyway. I wonder, do they ever leave the island? Or do they just stay here? It's warm enough all year round, I suppose. And then I think about those migratory birds. How far they fly from Europe to Africa. It's amazing. Okay, back to the book. I then remember a method I heard of recently for reading. If you keep your finger underneath the lines and also realize that you don't need to register every single word in your head. As in, you don't have to say every word to yourself. You can kind of scan the words. It helps speed up the reading, and in a way keeps you more engaged. And so I try this approach. And guess what? I get to the end of chapter 1 pretty quickly. I'm now into the book. I'm now starting to look forward to finding out what happens next. I'm starting to care for the characters, to paint pictures of them in my mind. They are turning from line drawings into fully colored in pictures. But I decide to put my bookmark back in the book. My bookmark from a favorite bookshop of mine in Dublin, Hodges and Figgis. One of the things I miss most about Dublin, actually. I used to love going in there, sitting down and reading a book, enjoying the quiet ambience. Anyway, I digress. So I put the book down, and I decide before we go, it's time for one last swim. I walk across the sand. Each footstep I am mindful of. And I'm not just saying that. Since I came to Sicily, I have, for the most part, disengaged from watching stuff, reading news, all those distractions. And as a result, I do genuinely find myself much more mindful, much more present. And so I walk across the beach, and then I feel the cooling waters around me. Now you might think that the seawater in November is freezing cold, but it's been warmed all summer. So in fact it's pretty warm and very pleasant. And so I swim once more, really trying to stay present, to remember moments like this. I know how lucky I am. I know how privileged I am. And I think it's my duty to not sit in complacency, for moments like this. You know, one of the Stoic practices I like is the idea that I am living the dream life. This idea is that you might not think that you are living the dream life, but you are living someone's dream life. Now, after having spent a lot of time working on myself, I can honestly say I do live my dream life. But I can also fall into complacency, fall into feeling sorry for myself. And it is in those moments that I must remember that there are so many people in this world who would love to have my existence, simple and modest as it may be. I love thinking of those exercises. The Stoics were a wise group of people, and it all originated in ancient Greece. And Sicily was once part of ancient Greece. And so, in a way, I am in one of the homes of Stoicism. And as I lie back, floating in the Mediterranean Sea, I certainly am living a dream existence. Life is precious. Life is a gift. The chances of us coming into existence are so small. And so while we're here, I think it is our duty to find the best of life, to be the best we can in life, when possible, and above all, as I have learned more and more on this trip, as I have dwelt upon what it is to be a human being today, above all, we must remain hopeful. Hope is the thing that keeps us going. I emerge from the sea, hopeful of a nice, relaxing evening, although I must work a little when I get back. But the couple of hours escape to be on that beach, to take that moment in life and enjoy it fully. Well, that's a gift we gave ourselves, and I am very grateful that we did. Before I came to Sicily, I didn't know very much about it. I'd heard of stories of the mafia, the movie The Godfather. I knew it was at the bottom of the long boot of Italy. I knew it was more than likely very beautiful, very warm, surrounded by crystal clear waters of the Mediterranean Sea. And I didn't even know there was another sea, the Ionian Sea, that is on its shores. I didn't know about the fact that Mount Etna was here. Sure, I'd heard of Mount Etna, but I didn't know it was an active volcano. Don't worry, it's pretty quiet, but at nighttime it puts on a beautiful show. And we can sit and watch the top of it, glowing red in the night. Anyway, I digress. One thing I definitely did not know is that the ancient Greeks were here in Sicily, that Sicily was once part of the ancient Greek world. Now, I'm a fan of a lot of things ancient Greek. I always like to imagine what that world was like. In particular, the philosophers. I love the Stoics and that idea of living a Stoic life. I'll talk about that more later. But anyway, I had never heard of a place called Agrigento. And on the first morning of being here in Sicily, the old lady who lives next door and owns the house that we are staying at came in with her guidebook and sat with us for an hour or so. Myself, Rebecca, my wife, and little Timmy the dog. And she told us about all the things we can do in Sicily. She's such a kind lady. She's become a friend while we've been here. And she told us about Agrigento. And she showed us photographs. She said it is known as the Valley of the Temples. And when I saw the photographs, I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing. They looked so pristine, so beautiful, almost as if the ancient Greeks had just packed up and left yesterday, and a bit of dust had gathered on the temples while they were gone. I immediately knew I wanted to go there. And so I waited a bit of time. While I'm here, I work and then go somewhere and work and then go somewhere. And we've been ticking places off the list. And And finally the day came to go to Agrigento. Now it's a nearly 3-hour drive from where we are. And so we got up early, got Timmy ready, into the car, the old Saab 9.3, and started the drive. Now if you've listened to another one of my Irishman stories, you might know that we like road trips. And even if this was a short one, it still brings us great pleasure. Rebecca is going through a Nick Cave time, and so we listened to some interviews together with Nick Cave. Quite the guy. He seems like a person with an enormously warm heart. And we listened to an interview with Sting, the musician. Anyway, as we drove inland from the coastal area that we are on, the landscape changed immediately. Sicily inland is in some places quite desert-like, hardly surprising. You're only a few 100 kilometers from Africa. And it's very beautiful in its own dry, arid way. I love road trips. I love just being in the car, concentrating on the road, looking out the window, indulging in listening to something that stimulates my brain. It's a great joy. And it also means I have no excuse but to concentrate on what I'm doing. Anyway, we finally arrived at Agrigento. Bear in mind that this is the winter time that we are visiting. But how lovely Sicily is, that I could wear but a small jumper and feel very comfortably warm. The sun is shining down on us as we pull in to this amazing looking place. We've already seen a beautiful temple high on a hill, and we feel excited. We get Timmy ready, bringing the long lead so he can have some freedom. And we walk up to the ticket area. On the way, we are approached by a taxi man who wants to drive us up to the temples. But we politely thank him for his time and tell him that we'd rather walk. Rebecca says, "We're young," and we smile and keep walking. Once we have our tickets and guidebook, we walk in to the Valley of the Temples. I can't tell you what it does to me when I'm in a place like this. Even saying it now, I feel strong emotion. It's powerful on so many levels. One, because I am in a state of deep curiosity. Everything else slips away. My worries about the future, if there are any. My thoughts about the past. Anything really in these types of moments is let go of. I get the same when I'm in an art gallery or on a walking tour or in a museum or in a new city. So as I walk into this place, which is all outside pretty much, under the warm Sicilian sun, I feel a great sense of curiosity and indeed joy. Joy to be in such a place. Privilege to be able to experience such a place. And safety. Safety with my family. My little family. My wife and the dog. It's a small family, but I love them both deeply. And to get to be curious with those two is a joyous thing. It's funny, since we've been here, Timmy has been to so many ancient monuments. We now have an expression, another day, another ancient monument for Timmy the dog. And the other reason it's so powerful going to a place like this is because in a way it puts you in your place. It reminds you that life is transient, and the people who built this amazing place are long, long gone. And one day I will be too. And if you like, the Stoics talked a lot about that, those ancient Greek philosophers, sitting in acceptance of everything, including the passing of life. But when we sit in that acceptance, I believe that it only leads to heighten our appreciation for what we have, for the lives that we are living, that we are blessed enough to live. And so we enter, and we are first encountered with what can be described as half of a temple entrance. It's beautiful. It's amazing that it stood so long. We are told that most of the temples here are built of limestone that was quarried nearby and transported to the site. It's amazing to think that these people were able to build such amazing structures so long ago. Such precision that they used to cut these massive stones and assemble them without the use of mortar. It's astounding. We read that the design of the temples, with their emphasis on harmony and proportion, reflects the Greek belief in beauty and order, principles that guided much of their art and architecture. We continue walking along the path, seeing ancient columns strewn across the land. This was once a city. People, thousands of people, once lived in this very place. Rebecca dwells on what it would have been like. Maybe it was a paradise, she says, with the Mediterranean Sea right below us. You can see it from the city. I wonder if they swam in the sea, I say. Of course they did, Rebecca says. Of course they did, I think to myself. Stupid question. But then is it? People's lives were so drastically different back then. Their customs and culture was far removed from ours. But one thing that you can be sure of is that they had the same wants, the same desires, the same needs. For they were also human, just like you and me. And in the grand history of the universe, well, they might as well have been here yesterday. We eventually arrive at, I think, the best preserved temple, the Temple of Concordia. It's the one you see me at the start of this video. And while we're here, we decide to read a little about it. It was built around 440 to 430 BCE. It says that it's believed hundreds of skilled laborers and artisans worked together to construct this temple, dedicated to the goddess of harmony and concord. It is one of the best preserved Greek temples, and after the Greeks left, or were pushed out by the Romans, it was a meeting place for the Roman Senate. I tried to imagine what it was like back then. How did the people relate to each other? Did they laugh and joke with each other? Were they happy? I suppose all of this is true. Did they get married? Then I decide to look up on my phone whether they got married. And I see that marriage in ancient Acrigas, as it was known, much like in other Greek city-states, was considered an important institution, primarily for the purpose of producing legitimate heirs and strengthening family alliances. Typically, marriages were arranged, and women were often married at a young age, sometimes as young as 15, to men who might be twice their age. Family life in Acrigas would have been central to its society. Families were typically patriarchal, with the eldest male as the head of the household. Within the family, women played a vital role in managing the household and raising children, but they had limited rights in the public sphere. Despite this, the status and treatment of women could vary significantly, depending on their social class and the specific city-state. Women typically did not participate in politics and had limited property rights. However, they were respected within the household and could wield significant influence in domestic matters. In some city-states, particularly during certain periods, women could achieve a higher status in religious and cultural life, serving as priestesses or poets. I stop reading and think about that for a moment. Female poets in ancient Greece. It sounds fascinating. And so I Google it. imagining the life of an ancient Greek female poet, especially in a city like Agrigento, opens a window into a unique and often overlooked aspect of classical history. Women poets in ancient Greece were rare and exceptional figures due to the societal constraints on women's roles and education. However, those who did emerge had a significant impact, and their works often provide a rare insight into the female perspective of the time. An ancient Greek female poet in Agrigento would have likely come from an upper-class family, as this status might have afforded her the luxury of education and the leisure time necessary for writing. Unlike their counterparts in Athens, where women's participation in public life was heavily restricted, women in Sicilian Greek colonies like Agrigento may have enjoyed more freedom. One of the most famous ancient Greek female poets is Sappho. Sappho's poetry was celebrated for its emotional depth and lyrical beauty, and provides an example of the kind of impact a female poet could have. Her work focused on love and passion, often directed towards other women, and she was revered in antiquity for her contributions to the lyrical poetry genre. As I stand here in what would have been ancient Greece, I think of an ancient Greek tale that I remember, the tale of Persephone and Demeter. So I'll tell it to you now. Once, in the world of gods and mortals, there lived a goddess named Demeter, the deity of harvest and agriculture, whose love for her daughter Persephone knew no bounds. Persephone was a maiden of incredible beauty and kindness, and her presence brought joy to her mother's heart. One day, while Persephone was gathering flowers in a meadow, the earth suddenly split open, and from the depths emerged Hades, the god of the underworld. Enamored by Persephone's beauty, Hades abducted her and took her to his realm, leaving the meadow in a sudden, sorrowful gloom. Upon discovering her daughter's disappearance, Demeter's grief was immeasurable. She roamed the earth, her sorrow so deep that she neglected her duties as the goddess of harvest. Crops failed, and famine threatened the mortal world. In her search, she arrived in Agrigento, a city famed for its bountiful fields, now barren and lifeless due to her despair. Seeing the suffering of the mortals, Zeus, the king of the gods, intervened. He commanded Hades to release Persephone. However, because Persephone had eaten pomegranate seeds in the underworld, the food of the dead, she was bound to spend part of the year with Hades. A compromise was reached, where Persephone would spend 6 months of the year with her mother, and 6 months as the queen of the underworld. Demeter's joy at being reunited with her daughter each year brought spring and summer, the seasons of growth and harvest. But when Persephone returned to the underworld, Demeter's sorrow brought autumn and winter, the times of cold and barrenness. I can imagine the ancient Greeks sharing this story. Storytelling, it's part of what it is to be human. Without stories, we don't have much. Even now, I tell you a story of my own life, a story of ancient lives, a story within a story. We then move on to another temple, and as we walk, we learn a little more about this place. The city was known for its wealth and prosperity. It was a hub of commerce and trade. Its citizens, both men and women, would have worn tunics, with the wealthy adorning themselves in jewelry crafted from gold and precious stones. The Greeks in Akragas were also known for their love of theatre, and the city had a large amphitheatre where dramas and comedies were performed, reflecting the cultural richness of their society. Now we arrived not as early as we would have liked to at this amazing place, and already it is getting dark. The sun is beginning to set, and so I think, well, we're out of time. But as we walk, we run into an elderly American couple, and they ask us some questions about what's down a particular path. And I say, you might want to get there quickly because I guess this place is closing soon. And they tell us, no, we just arrived. You can stay here till 8 o'clock. Ah, amazing. They keep the place open in the dark of the night. And so we decide to stay and enjoy this place in the moonlight. The night air is beautiful, filled with the scents of wild herbs and the distant sea. And we arrive at another temple and stand and look at its greatness, its beauty. We continue to be bowled over by how these people were able to build such things. And then we take another path, a path we hadn't taken earlier in the day. We keep walking away from the main valley, away from most of the people. And then we look back from a vantage point on a hill, and we can see most of the temples lined along, and the beautiful Mediterranean reflecting the moonlight behind them. This is a moment to remember. A moment with my wife and my dog. A moment in time that will stay with me for life. And we keep walking. And we climb some stairs. And we find ourselves in one of the most amazing places either Rebecca or myself have ever been to. It is essentially downtown ancient Rome. It is a collection of probably hundreds of houses, ruins of houses of ancient Rome, with streets and bedrooms, and the most amazing thing, mosaics. Mosaics everywhere. Mosaics that are not closed off from the public. And so, I get down on my knees and I rub my hand very gently over a mosaic of a fish. I can't quite believe I'm touching this thing. I wonder why they allow people to stand and be in this area. Surely these mosaics should be protected. But I can't hide my joy at being able to touch history like this. I see each individual piece, pieces of colored clay that was laid in the ground thousands of years ago by another human hand. And now my hand runs over this creation. Rebecca and I and Timmy walk through the streets of ancient Rome. I joke and pretend I'm leaving my house for the day and walk into the street and say, "Good morning, Maximus." It's a terrible joke, but I'm at that age. Anyway, I can't quite tell you exactly what it's like to be in a place like this. Perhaps you have visited the Roman Forum in Rome, another amazing place. It's a bit like that. You're walking in the same place, in the same structures that people thousands of years ago lived their daily lives. It's humbling. It's powerful. There is a certain sadness to it. But above all, it inspires. It inspires curiosity. It inspires connection. And it inspires learning and appreciation for who we are, for where we've come from. An understanding of what we have today and what these people didn't have. An understanding of what these people had and what we don't have. And so, our curiosity satisfied, after many hours of being in the valley of the temples, we decide it's time to drive home. It's dark now, and we put on another podcast. Timmy settles into his bed in the back, and we get on the road. Hypnotic in a way, driving at night. Being with those I love. listening to something interesting. I think an interview with Judi Dench. And settling into the drive, having satisfied our curiosity and having spent one of the most memorable days I have been lucky enough to live on planet Earth.